And we are live. I had a little blip just a second ago. Hit stream and then hit start recording like I usually do, and the whole thing just crashed. Booted up again and it was fine. I don't know. I don't even really use these recordings for much anymore. Used to make clips, but I don't really make clips very often nowadays. Might get back on it at some point soon, but it's just kind of burning me out. I'd rather just enjoy streaming than burn out having to make clips and such. So here I am. It's Tuesday, the 13th. Welcome to the stream. Today, you'll notice that we're not doing a game today. We're just working on the regular old slime game, because as much fun as it was playing a game every Monday, I think it might be more responsible or efficient to spend that time on working on my slime game. Otherwise, I'm only working on it once a week, which is fine if I want to just like do it for a fun thing and like learn, which I do, but I would also like to have a game that comes out at some point before the next like 10 years. And to do that, I probably should spend more than one day a week working on a game. So since I'm already streaming twice a week, I'm just going to dedicate that second stream a week to working on whatever gaming project that I want to work on. I had to really think about it. Like, do I really want to make content of me just playing games, or do I want it to be of me making games? And I'd much prefer it be me making games. Playing games is fun, but I like just doing that in my spare time. So I think Monday and Tuesday now will both be dedicated to making games. So I hope that's cool with y'all. Look forward to having you all hang out here with me. Whoever wants to stop by and chill, Monday and Tuesday is for making games. Maybe randomly unscheduled, I'll throw in like a game stream of playing games, but for the most part, unless I'm just really feeling up to it, I think we're just going to stick with making games here. Anyway, what was I doing? Okay, last time I was doing a lot of file organization, like really getting the file structure together for what would ultimately be a larger project, because everything was just kind of scattered everywhere in random folders. So it was good that I did a little bit of a spring cleaning, so to say, on the file system here, just to make sure everything is organized how it should be. But before that, I was working on the state machine. So we have states right now. You can see in the top left, there's like moving, jumping, moving, impact. It's an impact state. Or just, you're mostly moving, grabbing. Very rarely are you going to be just like idle, which I might need to work on, because at some point I would like to have like a little idle face. And if you're always in a moving state, then you can't really have an idle face. So maybe a little bit more friction. Maybe if your like interpreted velocity is under a certain amount, like you're not going to roll around like this. There we go, idle. But if right now, as it stands, if you're just on like the slightest little slope, like you are going to roll down it. Which that was the point of the grab system, was that you would kind of stop. You still slide a little bit if you're grabbing, but yeah. Yeah, I think movement-wise, unless you're like over a certain whatever velocity, I think you should really just kind of stay put. So maybe that's something I'll work on here. But right now, you just roll and jiggle, and you're a happy boy. But based on the states that you're in, jumping, moving, impact, grabbing, idle, it's going to change the face. Ultimately, the face animation. But for right now, I'm just going to get a system where the face itself just changes. And then I'll move on to having those changes be an actual animation it changes to. But I did make faces last week. I drew some extra faces. Oh gosh, I gotta remember how the structure is set up. Okay, so anything in core is like actually in the game. Like it's a component that has functionality in the game. I don't need core right now. I need characters, right? Yeah, so characters, anything outside of core is going to be like storage for other things that can be used in core. Core is like the actual blueprints themselves, things that are like existing in the game world as like a thing that's put together of multiple components. Individual components or assets themselves will not be in core. So characters is where the faces would be. So slime ball default, because there might be other slime balls that I add in. So that's why there's the default slime ball. And you got your faces. Got some faces here. Okay. So SKM slime ball, EA slime ball, SK. Okay, so these are not actually, these aren't the characters. These aren't the blueprints. So the blueprints, gosh, actually I think I'd like to keep that here. I want that to hang out right there. Player, okay, so player, VP slime ball, got it. So I need, oh, I think I just closed out of that tab that I needed. Okay, so let's go back here. We are determine state. This is the state machine as it is currently. Okay, so depending on the state, we'll determine what face it's going to change to. And I think we already kind of have like a, where's the regular event graph? Like a change faces, update face texture function. We already have that function here. So now I need to figure out if I should add to this function or move it somewhere else that is more associated with like changing each state. Or have like a, I should say, like a function for each state, and it checks if it's in that state, then it runs what's in that function. Or if I should spread it out, or the function out, like have one function that's like changed the texture per state or change whatever per state, you know, or if I should just have it all inside of an individual function per state. I don't want to have a lot of like duplicate code though. You know, I think I'd rather have all the like update face textures in one folder, and like anything else, or not folder, sorry, in functions inside one function. Yeah, so I think we're going to do it the way that we're currently doing it rather than having a function for each state. Okay, so update face texture. Well, right now it's based on if it's over a greater velocity. If it's over the face spin threshold velocity. So I'm wondering if they should be separate states. Like if there should be just like a moving slowly state, and then when you're faster than the face spin threshold, that's like a moving quickly state. So that way we don't need to do that logic check right here. It can just be a separate state. I think we might do that actually. Just add it as another state. Just add it. Yeah, we're gonna make another state here, and then just add it, bro. We'll make the logic for it. Okay, so where should it be in this path here? So this is by order of importance as well. So idle is the least important, so it's at the end. And if it's moving, okay, so everything else is of higher importance in the state machine here than moving. So I really just need to set Yeah, if it's greater than 0. Okay, so I basically just need to do the same logic I'm doing in the update face texture, but plug that into here. Like all of this, I think I could just copy this, plug it into here. I'm pretty sure I might just be able to unplug this here, move all of this over a little farther, and have another branch. And then just paste my logic here. Gosh, I hate having to cross similar color wires like this. But I can just see, and the top node is right here, the bottom node is right here. That's fine. So I think this should be okay. I don't really want logic to hang out underneath all this. Let's move all this down. Might just stack it all on top of each other, actually. Let's do more stacking like this. Maybe it's better if they're like touching, you know, like grouped together like that. I don't know. I don't really know the best way to do it. None of it really looks that organized, to be honest. Okay. And then if this is false, this goes into here. This is true. I need to add another state. Okay. Slime states. So we're gonna add crazy. I thought, oh, add enumerator right there. Moving. Wonder if it should be moving fast or fast moving. Let's say fast moving. I don't know, because I'm trying to think of like if for whatever reason like a drop down or something is cut off, I can only see the first few letters. But then grabbing and grab ceiling wouldn't really follow that same logic. Change it to ceiling grab. I'll just do moving fast, it's fine. Moving fast. I think that's perfectly okay. The asset failed to save. Stop saving all assets and return to the editor. Retry, attempt to save again. What? Retry. Why is it not able to save? Is it because it's open somewhere? What? I'm so confused. Does that mean this doesn't save either? Nothing's saving. Why is nothing saving? Oh man. All right. I'm going to have to do some troubleshooting. go to the source project file, right click the folder, save, choose properties, security, and check your account and make sure all permissions are allowed. Why wouldn't I be allowed to? What? Okay. Right click on the folder, saved, properties, security, check your account and make sure all permissions are allowed. Yeah, all permissions are allowed. Special permissions? I'm so confused. It has permissions for all the things it needs to do. I don't understand. Is it like is it in a different folder or something? Content. Show and Explorer. No, that's right. I don't understand what the problem is. Yeah, we didn't really change anything significant. Not a save all. Save all. Yeah, these aren't... All right, well, I didn't save anything significant. Literally all I did was copy and paste some logic from one spot to another and add another enumerator. I'm gonna don't save. I'm gonna close that. I'm gonna go to... I open it from the folder here. Yeah, I really don't know what the problem could be there. That's crazy. Failed to create the web browser window. What? What on earth are you talking about? Sure, real. Okay, I'm going to test it out. Let's go to characters, slime ball. Oh wait, no, I think it's in core. Core, player, add enumerator. Moving. Fast. Insufficient permissions to save content. What in the world? All right, don't save. Everything has read and write permissions. I'll launch as administrator. If that works, then I don't understand why. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think launching as administrator is going to work. Because administrator had all the same permissions. Okay, I don't even see a launch as administrator option. Hello. Launch, generate Visual Studio project file, switch Unreal version. There's no launch as administrator. What is happening? All right. Oh boy. Okay. I love this so much. I love Windows just not working when it's supposed to. Sufficient writing permissions. That's just not the case. That is not right. That is just not right. Properties and security. Advanced. Permissions. Everything says full control. Like, is this a GitHub thing? Everything says full control. Yeah, I just don't understand. Right, everything says full control. Verify the engine through the Epic Games launcher. Okay, that's... All right, whatever. Update available. I don't want to update. I want... Why can't I verify? I can verify the 5.6.1, but not 5.7. What? Oh, I swear to God, Epic. Oh, is it because I have it open right now? Is that why? Don't save. Okay, that might be why. Whoa, why are we up? Whoa, 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 whoa. Why are we updating? I didn't, okay. It's just updating Unreal on its own. That feels very problematic. I don't think it's going to cause much issue for me, but I can't imagine most other projects. You can't just update the engine without asking. Okay. One of these days I'll be able to do what I was intending to do this evening and actually work on my game. But I have to fool around with the engine and file permissions. I love it. Don't mind me, just sitting here helpless, waiting for things to work. That is, if this update doesn't just break my entire project right now, which I can totally see happening. Sure. I swear if this doesn't work, I'm gonna have to update an older version or download a whole nother version of work. Insufficient writing permission. Oh my. Well, that didn't work. Okay. Gotta love it. Back to square one. I really don't know what to do here. Like, I guess I just don't get to work on my game today. Like, I don't know what the problem is. I genuinely don't know. Like, this has to be a GitHub thing. And it only happened after I updated all my files last week. It was working fine. Everything was saving just fine when I was updating files. But this week I go to open it and just nothing. Just nothing. We're going to verify the engine. Maybe it didn't download all files it needs for an engine version. Maybe it just downloaded the ones it needed to add on to the old one. So just in case, we're going to verify the engine version and try that. Otherwise, literally the only other thing I can think of is just scrapping this whole like GitHub backup, making a copy of the folder and running that, and then having to make another backup. I genuinely don't know what the problem is here, and it's really frustrating. Oh, brother. Okay. He's probably busy right now, but man, I could really use Bacon Guy's help right about now. He would know exactly what the problem is, or at least what to try in order to fix it. Just kind of stuck floundering right now on Google. Actually just waiting for this engine version to update. I guess verify. I already updated, but also I don't think I need 5.6.1. I can probably delete that version. It's taking up about 25 gigs of my storage space on my computer, and I don't need it. Very apprehensive to do anything though until this is updated. consult Gemini. I really don't know what else I'm supposed to do. Oh my God. I figured it out. Okay. That is, I'm just dumb. I'm just straight up dumb. The little read only box was checked. Actually, it wasn't checked. It was like that. It had this little dash through it, and I absolutely did not click on that at some point in the past. Makes file unset read only. Do you want to play? Yes. I thought maybe the permissions would have covered that. But cool, yeah, it totally works now. It wasn't it was totally a crazy hard problem that I solved with my brain, and not something super simple that I just overlooked. All right. All right, while that opens, I'll be right back. Okay, I don't know what's going on with this failed to create web browser window. For player, insufficient writing permissions. It's set to read only again. Why is it set to read only again? I feel like it just auto set. Apply. Apply. Okay. Properties. It is read only again. Oh gosh. Yeah, it literally just keeps getting checked, like as properties, read only, uncheck. Okay, okay, apply. Okay, applying. Okay, properties, read only again. I don't know what the problem is here. I'm actually about to lose it right now. Right click, properties, read only. Okay, apply. Yes. Cool, applying. All right, check it out. Properties, read only again. I don't get it. I'm actually about to crash out right now. I am about to crash out right now. Like, do I need to open GitHub desktop and then do it? I don't understand. Insufficient writing permissions. I don't know what the problem is here. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I genuinely don't know what I'm supposed to do. Might have to call this stream a little early and just get this fixed for tomorrow's stream. Otherwise, I'm just going to be sitting here troubleshooting the whole time on stream. Fine to do, I guess, but I'm not fine to do this if I'm going to spend 90% of the stream figuring this out and then only get like 10% of the time to actually fix it or to work on my project. I will actually crash out if that happens. It's some GitHub bullshit. I already know. It's just something to do with GitHub, and I don't know what the problem is. Like, is this happening to other folders on my computer? Yes. Yes, it is happening to other folders on my computer right now. All right. Let's go into, I think I changed something. I don't remember what it was. It was like firewall and network protection. Restore to default. Maybe. App and browser control, maybe. I did some. I'm going to be honest. I did something when I was trying to get a game to run because it just was not running. And I don't remember what it was that I changed. Oh my gosh, I don't remember what it was. I might just have to restart my computer. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here. I think I fixed it. I think that's what it was. Controlled folder access. I think that was it. Well, let's see if that worked. I think that was it, because I didn't get the pop-up that said some like web browser couldn't open. That was it, yep. That was it. And that all started, oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That all started because I couldn't get Borderlands 3 to run, to play with my buddies. And I just, that was not worth it. That was not worth it. Of course, it was some random video that some dude on the internet posted, was like, try this might work. Tried it, didn't change anything, but you know what it did? It completely screwed my computer's ability to write files. I don't even like Borderlands 3 that much. All that work, all that stress for nothing. Like, the game's fine, but stands in no comparison to Borderlands 2. That's for sure. Oh, man. I blame Randy Pitchford for that. It was absolutely Randy Pitchford's fault. These should be in here. I don't know why they're out here. Move here. There's no redirectors. What? Weird. Okay. All right. Finally can actually work on my project. Oh man. How long's it been? Almost an hour into the stream. Now I actually get to work on the project. That's crazy. I don't know why Randy Pitchford would do this to me. All right, slime ball. Needed. Where to go? Update face texture. Need all of this. I need this logic. I need that. Okay, I don't need all this other stuff. I don't need recently jumped. I don't need recently impacted. I don't need impact. I don't need apply dash. I don't need rotate based. Yeah, I don't need that. Drag all that out. False. Branch. That there. Here. Here. That here. That here. Okay. False goes into that. Okay. Another state. Moving fast. I think that's all I got to do. Moving fast. Moving fast. Yeah, that's literally all I had to do. That was so easy. Okay. Trying to think of a different way I could have this organized. I guess it's fine as it is. Really, the only other way I had to organize it is instead of like setting the state, it would just set like no, this is really the best way to do it. Actually, this is the best. Just I could set a variable that didn't change the state, but then I'm just adding another middleman. There's no point. I think it's fine. So in this case, I don't need... Oh wait, is there a current state variable? There should be, right? Is that how that works? Or do I need to make a variable that is updated based off of the state? Because it's already setting the state. So is that just not a variable I can grab? I swear I'm already printing it somewhere. Where am I printing it at? Is it already a variable? Okay, yeah. It's already printing. Basically just that. That's using a select. It's just choosing the true or false. I need a select that works off of the state. That's really all I gotta do, right? Instead of doing this, oh, whoa, hold up. I don't need a local variable. Move all that down. Just need a select. Index is and a string. I guess just the enum. So I should have slime states. Yeah, variables. Okay, it's a variable down there. Cool. Index. I think that's it. And then I just drag in the faces. Select asset. T underscore. What are they called? What did I name them? Content, prototyping, characters, slime ball. T slime face. They all start with slime face. Okay. T slime face. Idle is content. Moving. Slime face. Happy. Wait, I should move these around. Move that like right there. Moving fast. Yeah, okay, save. Moving fast. Overjoyed. Jumping is also, I think, overjoyed. Slime. Grabbing is determined. Grab ceiling is also determined. Determined. Impact is surprised. Surprised. There we go. Why is it not working? Oh, because it's the... I see. need the SKM face. SKM face. That's it, right? No. Face text. Did we do it before? Is it the set dynamic material? I think I need to go to set dynamic material. Create dynamic mats. Parents is M face, yeah. What? Parameter name is face texture. Face text. Get rid of that. It's face text, yeah. Value. Do I not have the other? I do. Face text. Face text. Save. Let's go back to the logic from before. Well, that's dope. It crashed on me. Probably because I updated. For no reason at all. Okay. State face texture, yeah. Let's go to determine states. Let's go back here. Let's plug in the logic how it was before. Texture object reference. Of course not. And I can't hit Control Z to go back to where I was before because it crashed and it doesn't have that in the memory anymore. So great. Oh, that's so great. Why can't I change the object? Oh my god, okay. Bro, why? Texture object reference. Why can't I change that? Like, it should just be affecting the material. Materials M face. M face is being changed. What am I not understanding here? I'm clearly doing something wrong. Parent, M face. Create dynamic material. Oh. You know what? I know what it is. I think that was it. It's doing it on the face and not the SKM face. Well, it's working. My brain works weird where like my mind already went well past the, oh my god, it works phase into the, I don't know if I like these faces I made phase. I like determined. Maybe it's just because I'm so used to how they were before. I don't know how much I like that face the way it is there. But it's working. The state machine's working. something about the eyes. I don't like the determined eyes are fine. I don't like these eyes. Something about them. Huh. Yeah, the logic's there. Logic works. I don't know how much I really like those faces. I mean, they were really just to test out that the state machine works, but I don't know. All right, now that that's done, I don't really know what the next thing I would do would be. Obviously, there's a lot to do, but as far as like next priority thing in the priority that I'm working with, which is get the functionality of the ball itself as finalized as I can. God, those eyes just look evil. Right? Am I crazy? Those are evil eyes. Determine's fine. Maybe it's like how big they are. Are they too big? You know what? Maybe moving shouldn't be happy like that. Maybe moving fast should be like that happy, and then jumping will be the ecstatic face. I think I know. Obviously, I do want to still change all that, but I think I know what the immediate issue is right now. I think moving should be. Gosh. Climb. I think just the base moving should be content. Idle's gonna stay content. Moving fast is actually I think jumping should probably be the happy slime face. He's got to look where you're going when you jump, you know. So when he jumps, he immediately like opens his eyes a little bit, and then they close again when you're moving fast. Because moving fast is the overjoyed face, which your eyes are closed, happy face. Okay, this might be better. Eyes might still be a little bit too big. I love the little surprised face when he hits an impact, though. It's funny. Yeah, not crazy about the eyes. I have to change the eyes a little bit. else can be done that isn't like finalizing the animation of the face. Like functionality wise, am I done? Like gameplay mechanics themselves, like moves around about how I want them. Oh, I did want to have a little bit of like an auto damping if your slopes like maybe I can just lower the overall damping to be like the actual or other way around. Maybe I should raise the damping floor for the physics material. Be on the sphere collision. Damping. Linear damping. Let's do like 5? That'd be too much? Yeah, because it's not going to control your little micro movements. It's just like, that's how far. Still kind of moving a little bit. The micro movements I want to control. I don't really want to control like how far you're going to slide. Back to point. The micro movements I want. Or don't want, I should say. Yeah, so basically that number in the top left, like your translated like velocity amount. I think if that's like under a certain amount, I want the movement of the character to be like hold to a slow stop. Be the best way to do that. Maybe I should have some type of like little bit of WASD control. I've been saying that for a while, that I wanted to have like a very slow WASD control, like you can still move yourself around, or I guess stick control, but your main movement is from dashing, like rolling around. Let's work on that. That'd be input actions. Oh, and then getting it all to finalize, like the movement. I'd like to finalize the movement with a controller as well, which I have right in front of me, but I don't think that's what I'm going to do right now. At some point before I move on to like creating levels, I want the movement to be finalized, the mechanics of the character to be finalized, including on the controller. Okay, so that's going to be an input actions. Now, do I want the input action to be like just a straight up left, right, forward, back? as far as like how it's moving it, or do I want it to be like a point that is being moved around by the WASD stick, so to say, that controls the movement? Try a couple different methods. I think this get moved down here, make more input actions right here. Checking for charge dashing. What? Does it say checking for charge for dash charging? It's not what's happening. So confused. Definitely not checking for a charge dash. Okay. Gosh, I wonder if I should just do like just the regular old like each button adds velocity, or make like a virtual like stick that it's dragging around. Based on like where on like an XY axis does the let's try the simplest method first. If that doesn't feel right, then I'll go for the more complicated method. I think the simplest method is just going to be, I'll make input actions for them later. For now, we're going to do, actually it should be like keyboard event A W board and board event S. Oh my gosh, D. Let's do the classic WASD. Actually, this should probably be more. Here. Then rest would be adding wait, if I do it based on input action, I could just reverse the input for a different. So I really only need to make the logic for W and A. As long as that works, I can just make action. I don't have to reverse it. All right, so I want the velocity to be, I want there to be added velocity based on where the camera's looking. There's probably a really easy solution already that I don't need to make my own solution for it. should this be handled in the player controller? Should probably be handled in the player controller. So ultimately, it's going to have to also be a custom movement. It's going to have to add velocity rather than like actually moving the character's location. Got to be like a basically what I'm doing for like jumping. It's going to have to be an add impulse. It's going to constantly need to add an impulse. I can't just move the character around. I feel like it's almost going to have to be like no, not a jump, because that I have built in like, you know, last jump time and everything. Yeah, it's not going to be jump, but it's basically going to be like jump. Have to be like an add impulse to the sphere collision. I have to get the camera direction. How did I do it for the dashing? It was just like the way the camera's facing, right? Input actions. I don't have a charge release dash. Yeah. So charge dash, apply dash. Basically this right here, essentially this logic. Move all that up. Rid of that. Essentially the same logic here. Without this, get forward vector. It'd have to be relative to. No, because this is you're gonna be moving in the direction of the camera, not like, because wherever the camera's facing, I need it to be the planal direction, so with no verticality considered at all. It needs to be straight on like a horizontal plane, and that needs to go to that direction. curious what happens if I basically just do this. Forward vector of the camera. Maybe the spring arm? I think that's doing something. Let's do like 100. I want to go flying. It's not continuous either. I need a triggered, not just a pressed. Yeah, so this is where the input action is going to come in handy. I don't think this is what we're gonna do. Also, I'm gonna not like try to rough it out with these WASD keyboard events. I'm just gonna make the input action so that I have like the full axis control over it and like triggered, holding, and such, rather than just pressed or released. So do that by going into the content browser, going into, let's see. Oh gosh, where did I have all this? Under components, game, input. All right. Input actions. Input action. IA move. Wait, I have an IA move already. Is it just not being used? I think IA move is not being used. IA move is being used. I have a IA move already set up. Swizzle, everything's already set up. I literally already have the. I don't remember if it was part of the project by default or if I had just already set that up like when I was learning through some other tutorial, but I already have an IA move. All right. Now, I need to figure out which way is forward. I need to get the rotation. Maybe triggered, started, ongoing, triggered, and completed is what we're looking for. Get rotation. I think I need to get it of the actual. I can't do it based off the sphere collision. I don't think the actor's ever actually rotating or moving. I think it's just the spring arm that's rotating. Get target rotation, socket rotation. Probably get world rotation, I'd say. Get world rotation. So I need to negate the Z rotation. Now I'm wondering. I think we want to leave Z at 0, right? I just need the X and the Y rotation. No, just the Z, actually. No, I need the Z rotation because the Z is what it, yeah, I need Z rotation. Okay. Well, let's go ahead and print this. I forgot that I can't just, yeah. Print string. Key is the rotate. Here. Print that. I want to see what the rotation is when I actually trigger. Okay. So it's always 130, so that's not right. So I need not world rotation. I'm going to need get rotation, get target rotation maybe. Beat that. We're gonna split Z. Okay. This is what I want. Wait, what is P, Y, and R? Oh. Pitch, yaw, and roll. Got it. Right, so that's what I want there. Now I just need to take that number and interpret the direction that we're going to be facing. Maybe I'm gonna make all this outside of that, and then I'll drag it in once it's done. I don't want to keep rearranging windows. So triggered, add impulse. Don't think this is the impulse amount. Maybe that. Should always be 0 on the Z. I don't think that's going to work. We're getting there. We're getting there. That's not what I wanted, but would you look at that? Oh, he's in distress. He's so distressed. That's so funny. Poor guy. All right. Yeah, so all of the inputs work. It's just they're not going in the right direction. So I need to take the action values, which I'm pretty sure. Can't remember exactly what. Let me actually do something like this just so I can get a better understanding of what I'm looking at. Action values. All right, so y1, y negative 1, x negative 1, x1. Okay. So oh, it's also the camera direction, the forward vector that pushing it towards. So that's gonna play a role in that. Wait, no, it's not. This is the camera direction, or the direction that we're pushing the character in. This is by the direction. I multiply it by that. Okay. Okay. I think I see what we're doing here. So based on the action value, it's going to determine. All right, so I need to multiply these because we have one. Again, it was forward y1, y negative 1, x negative 1, x1. Okay, so W and D are the positive ones. A and S are the negative ones. So in that case, I need to multiply. This will be what the actual velocity that I want it to be. X and Y. What? Oh, I need this to be just a float. Float. By 10. And plug that into here, I think. Right? It's the other way around right now. I have it set the other way around. Okay, forward, going that way. I'll be on in like 30. That sounds good, Bacon Guy. Oh, new person. Matathias, you can multiply a negative number to invert your values, but in that case, you'll be inverting both X and Y. Hello, by the way. Hello, Matathias. Thanks for stopping in here. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out exactly which direction character is going to begin with. So it's like it's almost like it's diagonal right now. I can't tell if he's trying to move diagonally or if he's trying to move to the side. Okay, now that's going forward. And this seems really inconsistent. Actually, you know what? it's only moving along that world axis there, but it's just like how intensely it's moving depends on where I'm facing the camera. So that's wrong. Okay. Okay, well that's the impulse. So maybe that's not what we're doing here. So we're getting yeah, I'm doing the math wrong. So the math between this and this is incorrect currently. Because this should be this is the facing direction. This is where we want the impulse to be added to. Which this is, as far as I know, that is the direction. Here, let's do this. Let's do this real quick. Let's I don't think I need this here. Get rid of that. Put this afterwards. Triggered. That like here. Go print string. How do you want the controls to be? Should W be forward from the camera's orientation? Yes. Yeah, so W is going to be forward from the camera's orientation. Sorry. Yeah, W is forward from the camera's orientation. Because right now, all of the movement, it's just, I really built all this just so that it would be like a physics ball rolling around and you're just like dashing to move around. But I want you to have some type of WASD control on like a small scale. You'll move very slowly with WASD, but it's some type of additional control that isn't just dashing around. You like grab onto stuff. And anyway, but yeah, the WASD control should be based on where the camera's facing, more so like, I guess the orientation or the rotation on the Z-axis for the spring arm. Because obviously, if you're moving in the way the camera's facing, I don't want you to like move into the ground when you're looking down or like move into the sky when you're looking up. But then I also don't want your velocity to be negated or almost like nothing if you're looking up or looking down, you know, if we're just cutting out Z. So that's why I'm not cutting out that's why I'm not just doing it like an impulse, but getting rid of the Z velocity, because then you wouldn't really be moving if you're looking up and down. So right now we have the Z target rotation of the spring arm, making a rotator and multiplying that by the action value. The action value is not going to translate perfectly to be a value I can multiply the rotator by. So I'm gonna have to do additional math here. Trying to think of a better way to like visualize my output results so I can adjust them better. Because I just have print string. Let's do like something like that. Do rotator. Not sure exactly how to build what you want, but using the camera forward or right vector might be in order. Right. So the camera forward, I guess I'm just trying to prevent any velocity that's going towards the ground or up into the sky, and instead have that translate to where you're facing. That makes sense. Sorry, I don't know why I'm using the dash. It's hard to explain right now. My apologies. Let me think of a better way to verbalize that. I'm having the character move around based on where the camera's looking, but I'm just trying to make sure that the velocity is even. Like your movement velocity is even regardless of how angled the camera is, which is why I'm not wanting to use the camera's forward vector to add the velocity to. or add an impulse to, because I don't want the velocity to be going into the ground. And likewise, I don't want to just erase the z vector from that equation, because then you'd be moving with less velocity if you're like looking up and down, because it's getting rid of the velocity that would have been added to the z-axis. I feel like that's an even worse way to explain it. But yeah, I probably need to try a couple different solutions here before I come up with something that I think is going to work. Was I even trying to visualize? Okay, I was trying to visualize. Okay, so no matter where. I understand what you're saying. It sounds like you need to get a normalized version of the X and Y vector of the camera forward. Yes, I think that's right. Yeah, what I'm doing right now ain't working. It's just moving along the same axis. The intensity of it is just depending on where the camera's facing. Okay. Yeah, so that's not going to work. This needs to plug in somewhere else. The action value is not going to be multiplied directly by the rotator. Get forward vector. No, I'm doing the same thing that I was doing before. Okay. That's not going to work. We're back. Gotta use the restroom. Okay. So either way, this is going to, instead of the action value, I can just multiply the get forward vector by a float and plug that into the impulse. Okay. Well, and then I guess in some capacity, I think I still need to take the action value into account. But yeah, we'll start there. Because I don't want it to basically just be a move forward button. It is going to take the values, either WASD, into account. But we can sort that here once I at least get what I want working more. I'd rather have like a move forward button to start with and then change that based off the action values, because what I'm doing right now is not working. Okay, instead of the action value, multiply the get forward. Right. Just multiply that by float. 2, 10. Hey, look at that. We have a move forward button. Oh. Yes. Yeah, okay. That's right. Yeah, perfect. Move forward button. Yeah, no, that worked. I now have a move forward button. Now I need to turn it into a move in the direction that you're pressing. So I'm not going to multiply the necessary or the required. Sorry, so many R words. The requested impulse. I'm not going to multiply the requested impulse direction by the action value. The action value will just determine. I guess it's going to be adjusted, but it's going to adjust. I'm so good at talking today. I have like a million thoughts running through my brain at any given second, and sometimes I just flip-flop them all around. I need to use the action value to manipulate what the forward vector is. So I guess I feel like still multiply, right? Maybe something like that into here. No. No, it's still just gonna. Man, it's so hard to tell exactly how it's working sometimes. Unless I like stop and stand still. I think it's doing the same thing as it was before, where it's only going to work along certain axes now. Yeah, it's only working along certain axes. Okay, so that's still not right. That's basically what I was just doing before. So the action values, it's just 1 and then 0 in every other direction. So 1 in the direction I want, 0 or -1 in the other directions. I don't think I heard or understood your other input mechanic. Oh, like the dashing? So you have like a dash, like a charge dash. If you hold left click, see how it like zooms out? That's your dash fully charged when it's all the way zoomed out. And you can, just depending on where you look, whether it's forward, left, right, up, or down, you dash in that direction. You can also jump or just keep dashing, or you can grab. Those are the other input mechanics. It's really nothing too crazy. Originally, I was just going to have the game be only that. Like that was your only way of moving around, but I thought it'd be nice to have some type of WASD control, which I think it's going to be very, very slow. Like you can move around with WASD or the stick. It's just much slower than using your dashing. Because ultimately, I think it's about like maintaining and controlling your velocity in a fun way. But once I get all of the movement mechanics down, then I'll actually build levels to support those movement mechanics. Because the premise of the game is is there something broken about the dash or other inputs? No, they work pretty much how they need to. I have everything's working. The only thing that I just don't want you to have to like grab or like slightly like, keep dashing in a direction if you want to do small micro movements. I would like you to you might as well just like WASD or whatever else to do small micro movements. And then your long distance movements are dashing or like bouncing. Or if you want to grab onto a surface, you can grab onto it so that you don't just roll super fast down the surface. But no, those are working as I need them to work. It's just the little WASD I want to have set. But the premise of the game is like you're on this little island. It's your hub world, and then you go into different levels via entry points. So this is like a little test entry point here. And depending on the theme of the entry point, it'll determine like what the level is, or I should say the theme of the level will determine like the theme of the entry point. So that'll be like a boat that takes you off to like a shipwreck. There'll be another one right here that's like a submarine that like takes you down to an underwater level, and maybe like a seaplane that takes you up into the sky to like a cloud level, or maybe like a little rocket ship right here that takes you to like a space level, or like maybe like a big drill thingy. Oh, why can't I dash? There we go. Maybe like a big drill thing over here that takes you down to like an underground level, and so on. I don't know exactly how the theming of all the levels is going to be. That's just like some ideas, but that's the structure of the game. But before I actually start building levels, getting all the movement and everything down, and maybe adding a little bit more polish to the character model itself. Because as I progress through creating the game, I would like to make people aware that the game is being created, and I feel like it'll look better in like clips or videos if the character is up to enough polish. Doesn't matter what the background is; it could be like testing, but the character itself, I think, will want to try to have look as nice as possible before I start progressing through any of the longer phases of making the game. I like the avatar very much. Looks very satisfying. Thank you. Oh yeah, and there's the whole like jiggling physics that I had set up. We've got wholesome jiggle physics here. It's a physics sphere in the middle, just a regular like default physics sphere. There is on the outside of that, expanded farther, there is a physics asset, like an actual skeletal mesh physics asset and the skeleton is just like bones in like many different directions or originating from the center, so that it can create like a jiggly ball skeletal mesh based on constraints and other random numbers that were tuned in the skeletal mesh. And that's a little bit bigger than the physical ball inside that's driving the collision, because like the rolling and like colliding into stuff, that's driven by the smaller invisible ball in the center. The outside jiggling is the skeletal mesh, and then there's the material of being able to like look through it, like little translucent. There's refraction and such inside like little jiggly refractions. I think maybe I'd like to add some bubbles on the inside of the character, but I've gotten some weird artifacting when trying to put particles inside the character. I'll have to figure out a better way to do that, or maybe like a trick or cheat way to do it. But yeah, so now this is me in the stage of like, what other little things can I add before I move on to finalizing the movement mechanics and creating the levels. And I think this is one thing I've been talking about for a while, is adding just very small little bits of WASD or stick control to the character. Not enough to where like you're going to use that as your only way to control the character. You still need to jump and dash and do other things. Otherwise you're going to finish a level either not at all, or it'll take way longer to finish a level than it should. Because it's all just based on movement and dashing. Did you ever play A Boy and His Blob? No, I didn't. Boy and His Blob. I don't think I've heard of that. Boy and His Blob. Okay. It's like a side-scrolling platformer. PS Vita. Interesting. Might find it interesting, yeah. Okay. We'll take a look at it. Like a blob world, that's funny. Oh, neat. It changes into different shapes. I wonder if like a changing shape mechanic would be cool. The blob can transform into all kinds of different forms to help the boy. Yeah, that's neat. Interesting. Now my brain is flooding with ideas of making the blob, the slime, change shapes. I guess it could. I don't know why that popped into my head. Sorry. No, don't be sorry. I appreciate you showing that to me. Thank you. But yeah, your blob inspired me of the potentials. There's a lot of potential with a blob. It's kind of inherent, you know? It's an amorphous shape. It can morph into whatever. Okay. So we have the forward vector. We have what it multiplies it by. Like, I really think the action value needs to be multiplied by the forward vector, but then I'm just getting that same situation where it's only moving along the axis. Because this is just going to, so whatever's plugged into here, it's going to multiply it by, so W was, I see. It's not going to take into account the rotation of, okay. I see. So no, the action value shouldn't be multiplied directly by it. Because no matter what, there's no way to change the action value's value from, you know, the X and Y axis that it's already on. I still think regardless, I do need to use the action value to change that. I'm just not sure exactly the best way to do it. Have to do like get the I need this action value to somehow convert to the X and Y of local space, because this is world space. If I just plug it into here, it's going to be world space no matter what. Not sure exactly what the action values represent in this case. The action values represent W, A, S, and D. Like, watch here, I'll show you to be easier to explain. I have it in a print string. Do action values. So W gives me an action value of x0, y1. D gives me an action value of x1, y0. S gives me an action value of x0, y-1. A gives me an action value of x-1, y0. So it's a way to determine which direction or which key is being fired, essentially. And we can use those values to we can use those values to like multiply by some other value to determine what the actual direction that I'm wanting to go is. But that ultimately needs to be done in local space. So I need to have that translated to local space because it's trying to just do it into world space. Which is my problem here. When I plug this, when I multiply the action value by the forward vector, it's only going to move me along the world space coordinate of like the X or Y, like either X. So like Y1 is going to only work in like the world space Y positive direction where I need it to be local. So in that case, I'm going to change it to be. It's not the right way to change it. Right, okay, I see. You're using a 2-axis enhanced input and you want that to translate to a meaningful forward value for your character, just like what you've already got with the other method. Yes. Yeah, so this is already good for like moving forward. So like I have a move forward direction logic here. I've got the logic for moving forward. I need to now alter the direction that it's moving based off of the action value. So instead of moving forward, if I'm holding, but that only moves forward right now. Yes, yeah, this only moves forward right now. So this works great if I was just like, basically if I had like a rear thruster that was like moving me in a direction. So this works perfectly fine moving forward. I just need to alter the direction it moves based off of the action value. Let me think about that for a moment. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to brainstorm right now and figure out the best way to use the action value to alter the vector. Because I think in some way it needs to alter the output of the get forward vector. I'll get back to you. I appreciate it. Which again, I think this is, let's see. Yeah, so Y, it's always going to be Y1 if I press W. So I need Y. AFK, all good. So I need Y1 to be forward vector. Okay, so hang on. So if Y is 1, this is going to operate just normally. So basically, if Y is 1, I need there to be no math done to this here. If let's see. Oh wait, it's not printing. If Y is 1, it needs to do no math to it. If Y is 0 and X is 1, it needs to go to the right. Let me write these down real quick. Let's go to Notepad. All right, so X0, Y1 is forward. Just do W equals X 0, Y 1. D equals X1, Y0. S equals, I think it's X0, Y -1. A equals X -1, Y 0. You're gonna need to break the X and Y into their individual floats. Okay. We have be like split pin structure. Okay. Action value X, action value Y. Let's see. is x equals +1 forward minus 1 backward, then multiply that number by a float times the vector, then add the vector. Okay, hang on. Try to understand that real quick. X times float times a vector. Floats your impulse power, essentially. Okay, well, in that case, I would just be multiplying let's try it like this real quick. Do x minus back. Sorry, I'm still just trying to understand the logic here. Off action X and do multiply. And then you're saying to just put the forward vector into here? I don't think that'd be right. Or maybe then maybe multiply this by the vector. Now pull the multiply. I'll pull off the multiply and type vector. So you're talking about vector. I think that's it. No, that's not it. Vector. Well, let's just do this. Multiply like into there. No. And just make that into a single precision flow. You have a version of the node you need on the right of the multiplier already. Oh, like this one right here? Okay, so I'm getting the forward vector, multiplying that by x times the velocity here. This is basically, I think this is basically what I was doing already. Could be wrong. If that was to be 1, like I'm basically just, this is already what I was doing. Yeah, this is unfortunately kind of back where, oh. It's only affect forward and reverse though, I believe. Okay. I think, let's try another approach here. So if I yeah, so I need, if X is 0 and Y is 1, I need this to not be affected at all. This needs to just run as normal. If X is 1 and Y is 0, actually, hang on. Oh, I see what you're saying. It's the get right vector instead of the get forward vector. Okay. So Y, yeah, so Y is the forward and back vector. We'll do multiply. Yep, okay, so that worked. This is working. That was all we had to do. We were on the right track there. Cool. How's it going? Hey, Bacon Guy. Going pretty good. I'm just setting up some like WASD controls for the character. So I want you to be able to move it around with WASD, but on a very small scale, like very slow, like very, very slow. Just so that when someone uses what they are traditionally familiar with being controls, so that it doesn't do nothing, so that it'll at least do something, like a little bit of like a movement, but like the majority of your movement is still gained and maintained through like jumping and dashing. But I thought it'd be weird if just no movement at all happened when you like move a stick around or like press WASD, since that's just what people are familiar with as far as like movement controls. I think it'd be cool to have just a very little bit of movement, but you really get your movement up and going by doing the normal dashing and jumping. Oh, also I did the face logic under updates. Oh, not update face texture. Yeah, under update face texture. Okay, so now it's based off of the states. I have all the states set up here. And see, you got a little bit of facial changes, which I'm realizing I don't really like the eyes the way they are right here. I'm going to need to change the eyes. Maybe the face overall might change. The eyes are just a little bit too big. I don't know if I should add pupils or anything, but just the big black eyes are just, it's like death looking at me. I don't know. I'm not sure how I feel about the big black eyes right now. It's like on the border of being a little bit scary. Right now, I'm just making a like a WASD control before I put it down into a function. So I don't need that print string anymore. Wait, so if I press another key, it doesn't do anything, right? It's just the W and S key. Okay. In that case, I shouldn't just copy this for the left and right. I feel like there's a modifier I can use. Maybe instead of like get forward vector, use the get right vector. But then there should be some type of logic gate. This is for, so this is forward. And this would be right. Oh, I can't do two of them there? Dang, okay. We have to do a branch. I shouldn't have to do a branch. That feels silly. Maybe I do need to have a second add impulse. I feel like I should just be able to determine whether it's coming from the right vector or the forward vector dynamically. Y is to here. X. Yeah, so X goes to here. You can add the two maths together into the final impulse. Oh, yeah, you're right. I think. Because I think at any point, unless like you're firing that input, the output is 0 still. Because if any of this is, yeah, no, you might be right. Hang on. I really just add these? Add. Oh, no, right here. Does that work? Yeah, that worked. Just a simple add. Cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate the help. All right, so that is way too fast for you to roll. Now I just need to actually adjust how I want it to roll, or the limits on the intensity of how it's rolling. Let's organize this a little bit. Forward, right, down here, that like here, here. So that's the logic flow there. We should do something like this instead. Just uncross these. Since that's an impulse, one can assume your physics settings are going to be a major player in the field of movement. Yes, yeah. So that's going to be the. Now I gotta tweak that until it feels how I want it to be. But I have to limit the impulse that you. Probably if you're over a certain velocity, then it's just gonna. It's not gonna apply the movement. I think it's just if you're like under a certain amount. But that's. I'm just spitballing. That might be right. That might not be. But first, I should probably put all this into a function. I need in that function. Let's go like here, like here. Here. Might be a way to set velocity limits on physics bodies. It's not really that I want to set the velocity limit on the body itself. It's just getting the velocity, and if it's above that velocity, then this doesn't do anything. This doesn't, you can't, that's all it is. So that'll be pretty easy. But whether that's going to be the solution that I'm satisfied with is like, this feels right for the gameplay feel, I'm not sure yet. I don't know if that's going to be what I end up going with, but that's the first idea that I have coming to mind of like, so that you're not continuously adding more velocity onto your character when you're already like moving fast. I just want the impulse to add velocity as a way to like move around slowly. Okay, so all this laps to function. I gotta sneeze. Okay. But I could rename the function up here. Maybe that was one of those things that I wish you could do that Unreal doesn't do for some reason. Okay, new function, rename. Directional movement. Okay. How's it coming along? Hey, Nathan. Thanks for stopping by. It's coming along pretty good. Just working on some directional movement for the character so that you can WAS to move around a little bit. Ultimately, not that much. I think this is still a little too much directional movement that I don't want you to move this fast with WASDA. I think it's just going to be your fastest movement is like dashing and rolling, but WASDA will like help you move around just a small bit. New map, probably one you didn't see previously. It's not new, but this is it's going to be like the hub level, I think. Gosh, I feel like I have cat hair on my face. Okay. That like right there. There we go. Better. Oh, I should have this should be a config float. Remote to variable. Did that? Oh. This will be in config. Direction. Config. This, every time I want to name a variable, I'm always just coming up with such a long name for it. I gotta go. Hope the rest of your day goes well. See ya. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Nathan. Hope you're doing well. Take care. Config DM impulse? No. Config movement speed. Yeah, I guess so. Config movement speed. Got jump height. Got base spin to charge. Okay, so that's going under config. That should go under config too. I don't know why that's not. These other ones should already be under config, but they're not. Config grab speed, config grab deform speed. Grab detection length should also be under config. Not really going to change that. Maybe. Yeah. Config grab detection length. Slime grab visuals alpha. Oh yeah, so that should go under functionality. As for the alpha for the deform. Grab location should also be under functionality. Need to get rid of movement. Movement is also, I don't know. That's another thing I need to organize is my variable layouts here. So I feel like everything could just be under functionality. I also don't need this grapple drop down anymore. We don't have grappling. Gosh, okay. Okay. Oh, this should be exposed. Config move speed. There we go. Oh, I see. Okay. I'm not mistaken, you're just going to continuously get faster. Right? Yeah, you're just going to keep going faster. Which is not what I want. I don't know. This might be fine, I guess. Guess this is more of like a design decision at this point. Like, do I want you to just be able to continuously roll around like this? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I don't have too much of a problem with this. You should use add force instead of add impulse. Impulse is for one-offs and add force is for adding force over time. Okay. Let's take a look at that. You'll also want to use delta time in your math, or this will be frame rate dependent. Gotcha. Okay. The Excel change? So do all that current math times the delta. Gotcha. Oddly, when I switched to add force, it doesn't work anymore. The numbers will need to be much bigger when adding force. Oh, okay. Try like 100. Oh, it's moving. You're moving a little bit. A 1,000. Yep, you're moving. You're moving. All right, and then no, I need to. Again, I have a set of nodes somewhere. I thought I had delta nodes somewhere. So I guess just multiply these together. No, that's not gonna work. I need to refer to how I'm using it already. I've got it used somewhere. It's called get world delta seconds or something close to that. Oh, okay. Delta seconds. Yeah, you're right. Apply. Wait. No. Do float. Oh, that's not right. It's just gonna have to be a lot higher then. Okay. This just doesn't, like, I guess it's working, but this just doesn't, it feels like I'm doing something wrong here. I guess that's right. Getting the delta multiple, okay. I should say this for some reason doesn't feel like the best way to do this, but I guess I wouldn't really know. Nah, this is pretty much correct. Okay. Cool. I think what's causing me to say that is just this absurdly large number right here. So maybe instead what I should do is just still have an absurdly large number. Actually, you know what? We'll do it like this. I will multiply again. I could just add a pin. Yeah, I could just add a pin. Do this config move speed. This will be so that I can have something more, or I should say less abstract. I can make like a 1 to 10 instead of like 100,000. I'll set this to be like 100,000. Then this can be like, actually no, this should be like 1,000. And this will be like, what's 5 look like? I don't know why I just dashed to have it. Okay, so that's way too tiny. Do 10,000. Okay. Make this like 2. Three. Three seems probably fine. The absurdly large force number is pretty normal in Unreal. Unreal is weird that they use centimeters in all their units, so force becomes centinewtons, which makes the add force unit a kilogram times centimeter divided by S to the second power. What is S? Crazy. Okay. Per second. Gotcha. Centimeters per second to the second power. I see. Interesting. All right, I guess this works then. Let's move that down a little bit. This. You know what I should do actually? Put that down here. Unplug those. Plug that into here. Make this a float. Put that up there. Something like that's probably better. Okay. Okay, so I'm still kind of achieving what I was going for in the first place, where your main movement is dashing. I just didn't want you to not have the option to move around directionally too. Like, you can have fun. It's not going to be your primary mode of transportation. If you want to do anything substantial, you got to be dashing. But I think this is fine. It's still adding force though, so I want the force to cap out. So basically, if the force, or if the amount here, what is the output here? No, it should be here. No. Way to get force. I guess based on the value from here, if it's over a certain amount, then don't add anything. Maybe. I mean, it might be fine the way it is. Okay. Is there like a get force? No. It would just be velocity, I assume. Yeah, it'd be hard to limit. I'm wondering if it's even worth it to limit the velocity. What are situations where I really do need the limit to be in place? It's like if you're moving fast, the force isn't really going to add a whole lot to the calculation here, you know? You might check your actor linear damping settings. That might help you mitigate the forever acceleration, but linear damping will affect all of your movement. Yeah, that was one thing I did experiment with, but I wanted to avoid that because that will cause like dashing to be slower. Like the flying through the air, you'll be doing that much slower than you were before. Oh. Since when was I able to go underwater? There's been like a collision layer at the top of the water forever. It was just like default part of the water. Okay. Weird. I think it might be fine as it is. It's not very responsive. I'm not sure, excuse me, if I want it to be responsive. Maybe like a little bit more responsiveness when your velocity is lower like this, and less responsiveness like the higher your velocity is. I'd like to visualize the output of this. I want to know what that output is. See if maybe I can use that to adjust the feel. Oh, that's, yeah. Output. I don't know. Apparently damping can get adjusted at runtime. I've never messed with it though. Possible to lower it to 0 with dashing and bring it back up when WASD moving. It was possible. Might be an approach that I try out here. Okay, so I don't think that's, yeah, so that number that's being outputted or printed right now, it doesn't have anything to do with like your current velocity. That's just like the desired force level that's being added. could maybe have like a logic gate that is determined, or that determines the amount of multiplication to the force depending on your current velocity. I disappeared for a sec. What's current? Current. Oh, right now I'm trying to tune the feel of the movement a little better, because I think I want a little bit more responsiveness when you're like at low velocity like this, but less responsiveness when you're at a higher velocity. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to get the current velocity and use it to basically multiply this output by whatever amount, or maybe just lower the config. Maybe I could adjust the config move speed based off of what the current velocity is. No, because that config needs to stay the same. That's like an amount, or that's a number that I change. Yeah, I think ultimately throwing another like multiply float by vector node here, and the number that it's multiplied by, whether it's by 1 or by like 1.2 or 1.5 or whatever, or by like 0.8 or 0.5, or, you know, probably multiply by point something rather than 1 point something. But either way, that multiplication will happen depending on your current velocity. Otherwise, you need to counterforce some kind. If you try to gate, you might have a condition where you lose control totally, because you can no longer attempt to apply a counterforce to slow down. That's true. That is true, and that's another like design decision that I got to make. Like, do I want the WASDA to be a means of like slowing down your current force, or do I want it to just be a way to move around when you have like very little force? I guess intuitively most people are going to try to use WASDA to slow down your current force. But then slowing down would ultimately be done by grabbing. Like, that's the whole reason I even made that a thing. Making grabbing a thing was so that you can like kind of like hitting the brakes, you know? So yeah, I think design wise, I don't want the WASDA or stick movement to be your means of slowing down, or that's going to be grabbing. That's your means of slowing down. Those are your brakes. WASDA is just a way to move around when you don't really have much velocity. Not too hard. If you get the current velocity, you can use map range clamped to your velocity to output whatever multiplier you want. Map range clamped. I don't know if I've seen that before. Let's see. Map range clamped. Map range clamped. Okay, so this is range P, outrange value. Trying to wrap my head around how this works here. Is there a go to definition? Did you open a window, Unreal? No? No. Returns value mapped from one range into another where the value is clamped to the input range. I don't know if I'm big-brained enough to understand how this works just right off the bat. I'm gonna have to internalize this a little bit. Hang on. 0.5 normalized from the range 0 to 1 to 0 to 50. Result in 25. What? I think I'm too stupid to use this node. You have to break all your vectors down to floats and clamp their maximum and minimum values. That might work, but it is not very elegant. In range gets mapped out to range linearly. So an in range of 0 to 600, out range of 0 to 1, a value of 300, output 0.5. Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. 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 So that's kind of the same of what I was going to do with just like the multiplying the vector by a float little node there. I see. Okay, I see what you would use this for. Just a neat way to do it in one node here. And it's a good way to take a value that, you know, it could be, this could be a value that goes from 1 to 1,000, but if you wanted your in range to be like 0 to, or 1 to 500, 1, or in range A, in range B, wait. Range, okay. So basically you could still get like a 0 to 1 or from one range to another range, regardless of whatever the input is. It's just whatever of that input that you're specifying. I see. This would give you the float to multiply by easily if you input your velocity. Okay. Okay. You could instead imagine counterforce that gets bigger the faster you go until your forward vector equals to the counterforce and they cancel each other out, thus not increasing speed. Okay. Okay. So let's get my velocity first. Wait, how was I doing the, where'd it go? Gosh, sometimes I gotta go through multiple of these. Okay, I don't need jump, I don't need apply dash, I don't need update Facebook, or face direction. I don't need aim. Why are all these tabs open? Okay, I need to drag that over here for right now, but I need to know how I was getting update face texture. No. You'll know what I'm talking about in a second. I'm not making much sense right now. I already know, but I needed, okay, vector length. That's what I was looking for. I need to use vector length. There we go. Okay, I probably don't need to do that. I can just drag another one of these bad boys over here. Okay, vector length. A counterforce could simply be a float, for instance, multiplied by your current velocity. Once the counterforce's current velocity is bigger or equal to The add force, you'll stop accelerating. Okay, we'll try that. I'll try the counter force method if this method here doesn't satisfy the goal. I'm going to try this out here first. All right, so what does the length usually get to? Gosh, I need so many print strings. Oh, that's right. I can't just, oh gosh. So messy right now. But I'm already outputting my vector length. I don't need to do that. I'm literally already doing that. AFK for a bit. Sounds good. Okay, so vector length on average. I don't know why it's freezing again. Why is it freezing when I dash? Like only outputting under a certain amount. And I'm pretty sure that was where was I doing that? Is it update face? No. It was here. I'd start with 600, so the map would be 0, 600, 1, 0. Okay. I typed 0 in a field that already had 0 in it. We won't talk about that. One zero. Okay. Okay. So this will give me. Okay. 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 Yeah, I see what we're doing here now. So then I would just that multiply. Get rid of that. I don't need that anymore. Probably don't even need this other one. Quite honest. I don't need this other one. To float. Try it a little higher. Let's do like 1,000. then maybe upping this. Put that to 10. I just want to like put it up to an extreme number. As you get closer to 1,000, that gets multiplied or cut. Okay. Could change your range to anything below that will be full movement force. I kind of like the range. I think the range is fine. But yeah, if I were to have it at, for example, like you're saying, if I had this at like 200 to 1,000, anything under 200 is just the full force. But I think I might be. I think I kind of like it where it is decreasing your force the faster you go. I don't know if I need it to be full force underneath a certain amount. I think this is fine. I like this. I almost wonder now if I want the face to kind of to face the direction that you're intending to move to, only if the input's held down. Like, you know, if I'm like moving forward and I start pressing S, it'll face the face towards the direction you're intending to move. And then if you let go, it just faces it back to like the regular direction. I love his little surprise face, or the impact face when he hits something. Oh, that's funny. Might want to flip this around just to be a little cleaner. I make this the float, that here. Drag this out a little bit farther. Put this guy down here. You put that like there. That guy there. Okay. I think I like this solution. I think this works great. Yeah, appreciate it, man. This is a great suggestion here, the map range clamps. A node I would have never known existed nor even how to use if you hadn't brought this up, so thanks. Okay. So let's go to, we have like the updating face texture logic. I don't think I need this here. Probably get rid of this print string. Yeah, I think I can get rid of this print string here. I don't need that anymore. Okay, so I think I can't remember. Where were we at with the face as far as it launched in a new window? I don't remember telling it to do that. But as far as the solution for the face, I think we landed on we were about okay with the current look of it. But I know we switched over to a skeletal mesh at some point in order to make use of the state machine. But then we just built our own state machine. So I'm wondering what the use for taking advantage of the built-in state machine was going to be. That's the thing I can't really remember, what we were going to use the built-in like skeletal mesh state machine for. Do you remember? I can't really remember what we were going to end up using it for. But it was the whole reason that we switched from just using a face texture and made like the actual little the skeletal mesh for the face. I can't remember what that was for. What the built-in state machine was going to take advantage of. Like, is it going to was the plan to have it pull from the current states that we have to update the animation state machine? I don't think so, right? Because the point of using the built-in state machine was to drive the animation, like the visual criteria. Sorry, to drive. Oh my gosh, I can't talk. The point of the state machine was ultimately to affect the face, but we're already affecting the face with the built-in state machine that we put together. Or sorry, the not built. I would hate to be someone trying to follow what I'm talking about right now. You can animate the face direction now. I don't remember what the exact reason was anymore. I don't really remember what the exact reason was either anymore. I think originally when we put that together, we were trying to solve the issue of I think it was so when grabbing Let's go back to the test map. There's too many hills in this map. Maps. Levels. Test map. Save. Okay, so the issue was... Oh. Oh, okay, yeah. So the main issues were the face is just going to face the X direction when it's at a 0 velocity. We wanted to prevent that, and we also that little like face like flying around like that. That was another thing that I was trying to prevent from happening. Is that little like sideways look and like bobble up and down. And then I think when it's grabbed onto something too, right? Yeah, like his little back scratcher face. That was another thing that was undesired. I can't remember if grabbing onto the bottom of a surface also did that. I feel like it did. Yeah, so that jiggliness right there too was something we were trying to avoid. Okay, yeah, I remember now. Okay. Because I feel like there was one other thing. I don't remember. Maybe there wasn't. I thought there was another little bug that we were using it to fix. But I think maybe that's just it. I think it is just the bobbling up and down. The face always facing the X direction if it's at 0 velocity. And then the little twitched out face when it's grabbing onto something like that, like to a wall. But when it's like that, it's fine. That's weird. But that, no, it doesn't like that. You can use the state machine inputs we built inside the animation blueprint. Oh, really? Okay. Where did we put that animation blueprint? I thought I already made one. Maybe not. Animation blueprint, yeah, right here. You'll want to learn about how animation blueprints work if you haven't already. You're probably right. Let's see. Just looking at the documentation on Unreal's website. The graph panel is where you create the logic that controls the character during gameplay. What? Can you tell me what a graph is? Animation graph, where you construct pose-based logic. We have the state machine here. State. Guess idle is enters into idle. So idle. Okay. What is a conduit? Conduits serve as more advanced shareable transition resource, where a transition rule is going to be a simple one-to-one relationship. Form one state. It's going to be a simple one-to-one relationship, form one state to another. I feel like that's a typo. From one state. This form one state to another. I think that's a typo. Conduit can have one to many, many to one. I see. Okay. I guess there's never really a situation where you'd go from the other state to idle besides movement. Because even grabbing, like you're still gonna jump up and down real quick. Moving, yeah. State alias. Documentation for that one. A conduit has documentation. State has documentation. State alias doesn't have documentation. Wish every node had this. Control Alt. That'd be incredible. Okay, so either way, I basically need to still put together the state machine based off of state machine we already built. States we have idle, moving fast, jumping, moving. Idle, moving, moving fast, I guess. The state machine in this example, though, isn't really like a idle, moving, jumping, whatever. It just goes like entry into idle, and then start, cycle, stop, and then either into start or idle from there. So are we making a graph like per state? Making a state machine graph basically per state? Yeah, because this one says locomotion state machine. It's not saying like it's a jump state machine or, okay. Yeah, all of these state machines I'm looking at, yeah, it doesn't seem like they're taking all of their states into account. It looks like it's specifically for a certain cycle. Like there's like a state machine per cycle. Sorry, I'm looking at over here. Here we go. State machines, animation blueprint editor. Like this one, for example, this is just like a locomotion. It goes idle, start, cycle, stop, and either back into idle or into stop. Or pivot. I don't know where pivot's coming from. And if I come over here, state machines. Or was I just looking? I guess up here highlights it too. But idle, run start, run cycle, run stop, and either into run start or back into idle. then maybe a separate like higher level state machine that determines like when it feeds, when this little process starts versus another state's process starting, which is basically what we're doing. We've already, for the most part, done that. We have the states determined. States themselves contain their own animation graph layer and kind of function logic. Okay, I see. Yeah, so this graph logic is just, it seems like it's just per animation. Or this logic flow right here, it's just for the like running animation or running state. Transition. Okay, well now this one has another like jump. Okay. So idle would be a conduit, and it seems like, because idle, you can go from idle into like jumping or running, not running, but moving, dashing, which is still just moving. I feel like there's some more foundational knowledge that I have stepped over to get to this page. I think I need to understand a bit more of the foundational building blocks of the animation blueprints. I feel like I'm a couple steps ahead of where I need to be. I'm kind of putting a cart in front of the horse. Okay.
Yeah, this is just, I just need to do more reading and understand this. This might be better to do a bit more reading between today and tomorrow's stream so that I can be a little bit better prepared for this task here. I don't know how much I'm really gonna like absorb in right at this very moment at like 10:30 at night. So it's probably best to just end the stream here and then start tomorrow's stream right on task with this and do a bit more reading and digesting of these specific animation blueprint editor pages, maybe watch a couple videos. So that way the rest of the stream isn't just me reading, because I feel like it's just going to be just me reading right now. I don't know how much application I'm going to do based off of what I'm reading here before tonight's stream ends, so I might as well just do the reading before tomorrow's stream. Yeah, it's a bit advanced, but not too hard. If you have a skeletal mesh to work with, you can start playing with it pretty quickly. I do have a skeletal mesh. It's literally just the face right now. I mean, I have another skeletal mesh for the blob itself, but that's not what we're trying to animate. We're trying to animate the face direction so that it's not only facing the velocity. Because right now the face only faces the velocity, which is great in most cases, but in cases where, like, you know, when you're standing still. Oh, didn't do it. Okay. Previously it was it would face like the X direction of the world, or when you're just like sitting here, there we go. Yeah, it like moves to the X direction, or the face like kind of spazzes out when you're on a wall. All of that stuff is what we'll try to avoid. For the most part, we can stick with the velocity based direction, but it seems like we'll be better served by using the animation blueprints to have the more finely tuned control over where the face is going in those other offshoot situations or offshoot conditions. Make sure you push tonight and I can throw together a small example. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you, man. Yeah, no, I really do appreciate that. So I'll go ahead and I can't really compile this right now, can I? It's not gonna, I think that's gonna really do anything. Let me, excuse me. What is it trying to tell me to do now? It was doing that before. There's an entry state connected to the new state machine entry. It was giving me that error before. I don't know why it's freaking out right now. There, it's fine. Save all. Yeah, and I think that's probably good there. Let me grab GitHub. Oh man, Bacon Guy, you missed it. I was having a hell of a time earlier trying to figure out why Unreal couldn't save anything. And I had gone through and I messed with some type of like permissions in my Windows security page because I thought Windows security was preventing a game I was trying to play from opening. Had this issue where I was playing Borderlands 3. It crashed at one point. Windows updated, which separately, it's very annoying that it updated just after a crash. It's almost like it crashed to try to update. But separate from that, when I went to go open the game back up, it would not open. It would crash every single time. So I thought there were some like updated permissions or whatever, or updated like Windows security process that was preventing that. So I went and added Borderlands 3 to like an excluded section of like the antivirus and like the file protection system. But in adding it to like the file protection permissions, it then like created additional file protection permissions for my entire computer. Long story short, Unreal was not able to save anything. It didn't have the proper permissions to write and save. So I spent the first almost hour of my stream just trying to figure out what the problem was there. finally realized it was the stupid permissions I turned on for Borderlands 3, which I don't even really like Borderlands 3 that much. I was just trying to play it. And then I feel like that whole hour was, I blame Randy Pitchford for that whole hour of me being silly and not understanding why it wasn't working. Anyway, got that on track, did a couple other changes, and here we are now. But yeah, that was something you missed earlier, which I thought was annoying and a little bit entertaining at the same time. What did I change? Oh. Changing face based on state. Added directional movement. Sure. All right, I think that's good. LOL, ouch. All right, guys, been fun. I'll check back with you on the flip side later, people. Appreciate you stopping by, man. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, I'll be here tomorrow doing another stream at about 6:30 Central Time. So that's like 4:30 Pacific, 7:30 Eastern, somewhere between there. So if you want to stop by, we'll be here doing more streaming. And then after that, next Monday again. So Monday and Tuesdays are my days. But yeah, appreciate y'all hanging out. Thanks for the help. I'll catch you all.